Hi, I'm just checking my audio. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
All right,
Good morning,
thanks.
sir. Yeah, Mahalingam will be joining us shortly.
Why is there an echo on the line?
I hope it's better now.
I think there is still an echo, but we can check. Can you speak?
Yeah. Is it okay now?
I'm not so sure. I mean, I can hear you very well, but I'm just wondering if there's an echo. If there's someone else in the line, they can tell us. So, who's there going to be from the Computer Society of India Trivandrum chapter in this call?
Yeah, it's going to be Vinod Chandra from CSI.
Yeah, so there is an echo, and the other thing is, since it's a CSI InApp award, I will not try to kind of interfere in the whole process of asking questions or awarding marks. We'll leave it to the other judges. Earlier we had more judges, but right now I think we have at least one from InApp side and one from CSI side.
Yeah.
So I will leave it to them for all the rest of the proceedings. I'll be an observer. Thanks.
Okay. Hi, Mahalingam. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Sashi sir.
Hi, morning.
I think we'll just wait for Vinod sir also to join.
I still think there is an echo, but not a very major issue, but a slight echo.
Yeah, I also had the same problem here. It's feeling an echo.
Yeah, I'll try to figure it out from my end.
Sachi sir, you're on mute.
Yeah, so I was just checking whether you are joining from InApp side, right?
Yes, I'm from InApp. Yeah. Kochi.
So I was just saying that I will not participate because I don't want to kind of bias the whole, the scoring or questions or whatever. So I will be there in the call as an observer.
Okay.
Between you and the CSI person, please handle all the remaining formalities, including the scoring.
Sure, we'll do that.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mahalingam, just checking. Is there still an echo?
Yeah, there is a fair amount of echo now. And I'm just check if there are any multiple microphones picking up this your voice at your end.
Doesn't seem like it. Currently, it's just showing one.
It could be feeding back to the speaker or something, but maybe just have a check. Or you can try removing your headphones if you're using it and then try. Could work.
Okay, I've removed the headphones.
Still echo. Suja, what about you? Are you also feeling the same? Or is it just something in our end?
Hi, am I audible?
There's an echo from your end also. Let me see if it's a problem here. I will just change. Anupam Soja, is your or have you opened the YouTube stream somewhere nearby?
Yeah, I think.
That could be the reason, because that audio is feeding back into this.
Does it sound better?
Slightly better.
Yeah, Monica, I hope it's better now. We don't have any other streams open.
There is still a very significant echo.
Yeah.
We're just waiting for Vinod sir to join.
Okay. Echo still persists. Okay. Soja, if you are just nearby Anupam, can you just try exiting the meeting and see if the echo goes off? Can you try Anupam now?
Yeah, is it better now?
Yes.
Yep, better. There is no echo now.
There is no echo. Yeah.
Monica, it just seems like Vinod sir hasn't joined yet.
Yeah, maybe you can just give him a call, because he confirmed his presence the day before.
Yeah, sure. Could you maybe share his contact number with me?
I don't have the contact number directly. I checked through one of my friends, so need to check with him again. Let me just give him a call.
Oh, thank you.
Nupama has sent it to you over chat. Contact
Oh,
number.
sure.
Okay.
Hi, I just contacted Vinod sir. He said he will come shortly. He was under the impression it was at 10 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Fine.
We do have the first participant ready. So we'll just wait for sir to join and then begin.
That's fine.
Sure.
Good morning, Vinod sir. I hope I'm audible to you.
Hi, Vinod. My name is Satish, and I'm a past chapter chair and national president of CSI.
Sir, Sadish
Yeah.
sir,
Yes.
please
And
don't introduce yourself. I am Vinod, Achyushankar's Vinod.
yeah. No, I was just ensuring that we're all clear. So couple of things I want to mention before we start. First is that I will not join scoring or discussions or questions because I don't want to unduly influence the whole process. And it is Vinod who should chair this whole thing. So it is over to you on that. And second point is that I'm also a bit personally kind of a problem because my wife is left for Manipur for 5 months on a UNICEF kind of a mission, and I'm left holding. When I say all my babies, I mean cats and dogs. There's several of them here. So please excuse me if you hear noises. It'll be my cats and dogs. So I'm indisposed because of that also. But I will leave it to Vinod to kind of chair this whole thing, and Mahalingam will, of course, support you in this process. I'll be hanging around as an observer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And maybe I'll have a quick intro myself before you let in the people. So, Vinod sir, I'm Mahalingam. You may, I know you indirectly via Anand, because Anand was my former colleague at Muthoot.
Yes, okay, understood.
Yes. So I joined InApp 3 years back. I'm now here in the pre-sales manager at Kochi.
Good.
Okay. So if you're ready, we can.
Yes.
Start.
Actually, I thought it is 10 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, I will be at 8:55 itself.
No problem.
Okay.
No problem, sir. Yeah. Okay, Anupam. Yeah. That's it.
I'll just start the recording and go through the first introduction. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first day of the final round evaluation of 13 CSI InApp International Student Project Awards. Before we begin, let me shed some light on the entire final round evaluation process. We commenced this year's evaluation with over 200 projects and rigorously reviewed them over a period of 6 months, eventually shortlisting 9 teams. The final evaluation takes place over 2 days, with each project team given a 30-minute slot. Within this time, they have 20 minutes for their presentation and 10 minutes for a question and answer session with the judges. Following each presentation, the judges will deliberate considering specific criteria and assign scores to each project. The projects will be evaluated by an eminent panel of 3 judges who are pioneers in their domain. I would like to introduce the judges for the day. We are honored to welcome Mr. Satish Babu, co-founder of InApp and an experienced leader with over 30 years in IT as a consultant, designer, developer, and trainer. He has served as president of the Computer Society of India and chair of IEEE Kerala section and remains actively involved in organizations like ISOC, ICANN, and IEEE, contributing significantly to internet governance and community development. Next, I would like to introduce Dr. Vinod Chandra SS, a professor in the Department of Computer Science at the University of Kerala. With over 20 years of experience in teaching, administration, and research, he has guided numerous PhD and master's students and has published respected research at the international level. He also manages e-governance projects at both government and university levels and has successfully led several research and development projects funded by various organizations. Additionally, he serves as an industry consultant. I extend a warm welcome to you, sir. Next, I have Mr. Mahalingam PR, who previously served as a professor and is now the manager pre-sales at InApp. With a solid background in academia and the IT industry, over the years he has made significant contributions to the field of computer science through teaching and mentoring students. Currently, in his role at InApp, he focuses on driving client engagement and providing strategic technical solutions. His expertise bridges the gap between education and industry, making him a valuable contributor to both fields. I extend a heartfelt welcome to you also, sir. Finally, I welcome all the viewers and participants to the event. Also, congratulations to all the participants who have qualified for the finals and wishing you all the very best for your final presentation. We have a total of 5 presentations planned for the day. So at first, we have Team Medino, a Malayalam cancer question answering system from Sri Buddha College of Engineering, Kerala. Judges, please note the project ID for the team is CSIN 2024-0223. Hi Anjali, I hope I am audible to you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So just some generic instructions before we begin the presentation. You have a total of 30 minutes for your presentation, 20 minutes for the presentation, and that will be followed with 10 minutes of Q&A.
Okay.
I urge you to turn on your cameras throughout the course of the presentation. Yeah. I'll be taking a screenshot right now, so I urge everyone to turn their cameras on. Okay, so I think Anjali, you can go ahead and start your presentation. All
Yes.
the best.
Thank you.
Yes, Anjali, you may start.
Okay. Okay. Sir, can you see my screen?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So good morning, respected panel members. We are the students of Sri Buddha College of Engineering. Myself, Anjali Rajendran. And this is our project, that is Medino, a Malayalam cancer question answering system. It is a user-friendly question answering system for Malayalam speaking individuals. So the purpose of this presentation is to showcase the development and implementation and the future scope of this project. So the problem definition. So there are two main problems that are lack of cancer information among common people and the linguistic barriers. There is a significant gap in the availability of comprehensive cancer-related information among the Malayalam-speaking population. So the linguistic barrier, it restricts the individuals from obtaining a reliable answer to their cancer-related queries, and it leads to challenges in informed decisions, early detection, and the prevention efforts. So this is to provide the importance of accessible healthcare information in their native language for better public health outcomes. So proposed solution is a user-friendly question answering system that is specifically designed for the Malayalam speaking individuals. This system will aim to provide accessible and accurate cancer-related information. It will bridge the healthcare literacy by offering a resource that understands and responds to the question in Malayalam, and the system will empower the individuals for a better informed answer, a better informed health decisions. So this is the implementation overview. The key components of implementation are document embedding, vector storage, query processing, document retrieval, question answering and answer generation and evaluation. So document embedding will be this component employs OpenAI's text embedding ADAS 002 model to embed the cancer-related documents into a high-dimensional vector space. The vector storage we are using here is FICE, a vector store, which is used to efficiently store and manage embedded documents, and it facilitates rapid retrieval and processing of relevant information during the question answer generation. It is optimized for the types of operation that are used in question answering, such as finding the nearest neighbor to a given vector. Query processing, the user's query is first processed to extract keywords and identify relevant concepts. It will help narrow down the scope of the search and ensure that the system retrieves the most related document. Document retrieval is the process query is then used to query the FICE vector store. The system retrieves the document that are most similar to the query based on their vector representations. The question answering, this component leverages the OpenAI's GPT 3.5 Turbo model to generate comprehensive and informative answers to user queries. The model draws upon the retrieved related document and its knowledge to prior the contextually accurate responses. So GPT 3.5 Turbo is a large language model that is trained on a massive data set of text code, and it is capable of generating human quality text and understanding complex questions. Finally, the answer generation and answer evaluation. The retrieved documents are then passed to the GPT 3.5 model, which generates answers to the user's query. It takes into account the context of the documents and generates query and process the query to generate a comprehensive and informative response. These are the implementation part. Now, the technologies used is large language model. This is a type of artificial intelligence algorithm that applies neural network techniques with lots of parameters to process and understand human language or text self-supervised learning techniques. So tasks like text generation, machine translation, summary writing, image generation, machine-like coding, all these are the applications of large language model, including the question answering system. Sorry. So this is the architecture of a transformer model. So it consists of an encoder part and a decoder part. The encoder part has many main layers and sublayers. The first, they are multi-head self-attention mechanism. self-attention layers, add and normalization layers, and feed-forward neural networks. So also there is a decoder part. The decoder part, it generates the output sequence, and it also has several layers like masked multi-head self-attention, feed-forward network, add and normalization layer. So how it works is that if we have in our question answering system, we have a context based on several types of cancers. So these context and the user's query is given as an input to the encoder part. So okay. So the input to this transformer consists of this question as well as the context. So in the encoder part, it processes the input sequence, the concatenated question as well as the context that is given. So this consists of multiple layers, each within the multi-head self-attention mechanism and the feed-forward neural network. The self-attention will allow the model to focus on different parts of the sequence when encoding each token. So in the attention mechanism, it computes the relevance of each token to every other token in the sequence. So for instance, if blood cancer might have a relevance to the that is generating from the bone marrow, based on that passage context, it will generate the input sequences and give it to the output embedding. So this is the decoder part. So in the decoder part, this generates the output sequence answer, and it uses the mass self-attention to ensure that each position can only cover the encoder's output, allowing it to focus on the relevant parts of the input sequence. So in the masked self-attention layer, what it prevents these tokens from attending to future tokens, ensuring that the auto-regressive property is calculated. So in the multi-head attention over encoder, these are the outputs that are generated, that is allow the decoder to focus on the relevant parts of the input sequence, like focusing on blood cancer and bone marrow and generating the answer that is present in the context. In the final decoder layer's output, it is passed through a linear layer followed by a softmax activation to generate the probabilities of each token in the vocabulary. So that is how the answer is generated. The GPT 3.5 model architecture, it is an autoregressive language model that will enable the deep learning to produce human-like text. It is a third generation language prediction model in the GPT-N series created by OpenAI. The full version has a capacity of 175 billion machine learning parameters, and it is introduced in May 2020 in the beta testing of July 2020. The GPT 3.5 is not a single model, but a family of models, that is 3 models, ensuring that accurate answers can be generated. So, this is the transformer model showing just the example of translation of a particular sentence from English to Spanish. The similar working is used in our question answering system. These are the software requirements. This is the demo of the application, the demo picture of the application. So the future scope will be, it will transform the system into a secure user application, chatbots used for several advantages, that it can be used for personalized recommendations for each users. In the future scope, it will also collaborate the medical professionals to ensure that accurate answers are being generated by the system. So if that accurate answers are generated, then the answers can be stored into database for future reference. Also implementing machine learning algorithms for user profiling, and it can improve the system's understanding according to the user preference and the responses accordingly. The same system can be implemented for a new revolution of technology in government websites to help the users navigate and instruct to do specific actions across the website. Thank you.
Radhi, can you hear? Anjali, can you hear?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes.
Can you come to the architecture part? Or
Yes.
first, major architecture here. Okay, okay, okay. So which model is actually used for this work?
Transformer model, sir.
Which transformer model? There are a lot of things.
Yes, we are using actually the GPT is working. So we are implementing this
I
GPT
understand.
model on our
GPT, all chat GPT or anything, everything is actually it's a conceptual model. Otherwise, we can implement a model. My question is, which model you are used for as an architecture? Or you just have used an app only?
No, sir, we are using the GPT 3.5 tokens, but we are implementing it in our context. That is our Malayalam question answering systems of our context. We have a set of context based on 5 types of cancer. That is the whole information according to that cancer. If there is blood cancer, then all the relevant information according to blood cancer, we are storing it in our context. So this context and the user's query are passed into this model.
I will actually tell you something. Suppose I am just giving certain speech that is converted into text. If I am just giving to the GPT, GPT will give an answer. That answer can be converted again speech. Is it like so? Or it is working as a text only?
It is working as a text only. Text
Then
only
you are-
answers
you
are.
are just passing the text to the GPT. GPT is giving answer. Correct.
Yes, we are giving a text as the context and generating text as the answer only, sir.
My then question is, where is the role of your particular architecture? If it is GPT, it is fine.
Okay, we are using this encoder decoder architecture, sir. So in this encoder part, we are passing the.
Can you go to the data set part?
Yes, sir.
One simple question, just these questions, if you just fire this, for example, എന്താണ് സ്ഥാനാർബുദം? This question, if you just fire to the chat GPT, what will happen?
It will generate the answer, but I think in the.
Okay, agreed. Then what is the relevance of your work?
Actually, this was made when the Malayalam language was not prevalent in ChatGPT, and also in that we'll get a large context of answer. Maybe there will be several mistakes in the Malayalam formation of sentences, but in this we are using our context based only, and from that the answer is getting generated from the context itself, from our context.
Okay, okay. That's from my side.
Okay. Okay, Anjali. So you said this was created when Malayalam was not prevalent in this ChatGPT or other things, right?
Yes, sir.
So have you evaluated the performance of your application versus what is given by ChatGPT now? Especially especially after the the GPT optimized O versions came out. Have you
Yes,
evaluated?
yes, but in some of the times when the questions are given, the formation of the Malayalam sentences are sometimes giving some mistakes, maybe because of the linguistic problems, maybe, sir.
Maybe, but have you looked at it? Why? So why I'm asking is one particular what can we say? It's not a drawback, but side effect of many of these transformers are hallucinations, wherein they try to form their own outputs and try to justify it. How effective is your model against that? Why I'm specifically asking is Medino, as the name indicates, is a medical bot.
Yes, sir.
It should not end up hallucinating and giving an answer of its own. Because we have seen this particular scenario even in newer GPT models, wherein it will start off by giving a wrong answer and it will keep on generating tokens to justify that. So have you compared that kind of a parameter? Like, is it hallucinating at any point? Are you getting the exact answer you're looking for? Because if the model is always giving the exact same answer, then there is a chance it overfit or overlearned to that particular context. It will be as good as a if then else answering engine. So both
Yes,
should
sir.
not happen. So
Yes,
it
sir.
should not. Yeah. So have you evaluated in that fashion? Because the domain is that critical.
Yes, sir. Yes, in our model also sometimes hallucinations happen, but most of the times we are just implementing a simple questions now only, because our context only consists of simple context. That is, it does not contain this relevant surgery options for blood cancer or any medical. It just gives the medical treatment options, but how the medical treatment options happen, that data set in our context is not present. So it will not generate answers for that particular questions, only the context that is present in our data set.
Okay. So how are you building this data set? Who is building it? How are you getting the data?
Actually, we extracted in from websites that were available in Malayalam language about this cancer information. So that was limited, sir.
So did you explore the scenarios where you could actually perform some basic language to language translations, find the answer in English and then reconvert it to Malayalam for giving to the people? Because why I'm asking is, right now the dataset limitation happens because there is not enough text in Malayalam.
Yes, sir.
But there is a lot of text in English.
Yes.
So that is a possibility which you can evaluate, wherein these tokens and embeddings are translated to English. Then you perform a larger search, bring the answer, reconvert the token, and send it back. That is a larger architecture that will give more or
Yes.
accurate results.
Yes, sir. Yes, we have tried building the encoder decoder architecture based on this project, but the problem was we didn't have enough resources. Like we needed a larger GPU, because we tried it in our Jupyter notebook as well as our collab, but didn't have enough resources to train it perfectly. So even if it was like trained and generated successfully, it still created some problems because of this Malayalam language. There are several like notations and lexemes that are present in Malayalam that does not generate the complete answers. So that's why we switched on to this GPT, and we implemented it particularly in our context.
Yeah. Okay. So that's it from my end.
Thank you, sir.
So I think coordinator is there?
Yeah, yeah, sir.
Anything else?
Yeah, I think if you guys are done with the Q&A,
Oh,
can proceed to the evaluation part of it. So thank you, Anjali. Thank you for joining in. Thank you
Thank
for
you, sir.
presenting.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, so judges, do you want me to create a breakout room for you where you can discuss the results?
That may be good. That
if the candidate is not there, any candidate.
No, the thing is, this is now being streamed, right? We are
Yeah,
still
yeah.
streaming this. Yeah, so it will be best to have a breakout room.
After that, okay. After that, we can start.
We will have because the next candidate will join only 9:45, so we'll have the breakout room now. We'll get.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Assigned you all to the breakout room. You can join back to this one once you are ready.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Hi.
hi. They'll be back now.
Yeah, I think we're still waiting for the next team to join in.
Yeah,
So,
it's not time yet, right?
yeah.
Maybe you can tell the teams to be ready 15-20 minutes in advance at least.
Yeah, I think we've already contacted them regarding that. They said yes. So we'll just see. We'll try reaching out to them again.
Yeah.
So yeah, welcome back, judges. So the next team in is Safe Step Sentinel Child Safety Gadget from St. Kitts College of Engineering, Kerala. The project ID is CSIN 2024-0244.
Are they joined?
Yeah, they'll be in right now.
Then okay, we can start.
Hi, Joel. I hope I'm audible to you.
Yes, sir, you are audible to me.
Yeah, so are we waiting for? Okay, I can see Fawaz from your team joining in. And I think, Joel, have you guys asked your guide as well to join? We'll not be letting them in. This is just going to be the team members.
Yes, ma. Yes, sir. Yes.
Is there anybody else that we need to wait for?
There are two more members in my team. They are joining in one device. I think they are in the lobby.
Okay, are they? I don't see the project ID on their names, so.
Okay, okay, I will.
So is that all of them?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. So some general instructions before we begin. You have a total of 30 minutes for your presentation, 20 minutes to do the entire presentation, and it will be followed by 10 minutes of question and answer with the judges.
Okay, sir. Okay.
I urge all of you to keep your cameras turned on throughout the entire course of the evaluation. And I'll be taking a screenshot at the moment, so I urge everybody to turn their cameras on. Then I guess you can start. You guys can start presenting your screen.
Are you ready? The team from Singits ready?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Shall we start?
Yeah, we can start, sir.
Okay, please.
Good morning, everyone. Today I'm here to present our project Safe Still Sentinel Child Safety Gadgets for the final round of CSI InApp Project Awards. So now, in today's world, this child safety and well-being of the children has become one of the most critical part ever. So this is the Abigail Sarah case, which was happened last year, where for 24 hours the children was kidnapped, and there were no police couldn't find any GPS location or any pinpoint location towards this. So such reports has been reported for the past many years. So nowadays we have more technology, but it is not implemented in much proper manner or proposed solution towards such problems. So now in the urban development has been rising, as well as rises in children cases has also been tremendously increasing in the recent years. So it is the need of the parents to provide an extra layer of support towards this problem. As well as we have found the Abigail Sarah case as a pressing concern towards the society. So we have made to propose a solution towards this problem.
As the proposed solution, we are proposing a advanced solution that will allow parents to keep an eye on their child. And this proposed solution is equipped with a GSM and GPS module along with cellular IoT technology. And our solution include a prototype of IoT wearable gadget that is linked directly with the parental mobile app. In this parental app, we can actually monitor the child's location and the actual data from the sensors like accelerometer and gyroscope, which shows the child safety, which shows the child activity like running, walking, and moving on a vehicle, etc. And additionally, child has a SOS button, SOS button in the watch, which triggers a notification to parent whenever the child is in danger. So here, this is the 3D model of hardware, which is we designed using AutoCAD, and this is the user interface of our Flutter app designed in Figma, which is used by parents to monitor their child. And next is our workflow. Basically, our project have two interfaces. One is parent Flutter app, and other is child IoT smartwatch. And whenever the child wears the watch, it collects the location and activity data using accelerometer and gyroscope, which sends data to Firebase database, which is a NoSQL database, and it is sent by using ESP32 microcontroller. It acts as a CPU in our watch, and all the data is stored in Firebase, and this data is retrieved by Flutter app in parent, and the Flutter app displays all necessary data like real-time location and child activity. And we have many parent control features we are added to this project by learning many case studies and similar abduction cases. We are proposed that in the Flutter app we can see our current location of the child in the map. But by using this location, we can search a virtual boundary that is actually called as geofencing. Whenever the child breaches this virtual boundary, an immediate alert will be sent to parents' mobile, and and the child also have SOS button, which triggers notification whenever it is clicked, and after, if it is clicked for more than 3 to 5 seconds, an automatic call will be sent to parents' mobile.
So the technologies that we are used for our project is ESP32, which act as a microcontroller, and MP6050, which is the combination of accelerometer and gyroscope, which help to recognize the activity recognition of the child. That is whether he is running, walking, or idle, or in a stable condition. And from the readings from GPS and GPRS, we can track the child. And we have enabled a SIM 800 port, which we can insert a SIM into the watch. And we have implemented a battery and an OLED display, which shows the real time. And we coded this by using C++. And in software side, we used Flutter as our developing our app, and we use Firebase as our database. So the main features of our watch is that GPS location tracking, which enables the parents to track their child by using GPS. And the second one is geofencing and boundary alerts. So geofencing means parent can set a virtual boundary through that Flutter app. And if the child breaches that boundary, boundary alerts will be triggered in the app. And SOS button, which means if the child is in danger, the child can trigger and automatically set an alarm for in a danger situation. And call functionality means if a child hold for more than 5 seconds, an automatic call will be provided to the parent's mobile number. And real-time data sync means all the data from all the readings from the sensors are forwarded or stored into Firebase by using the updated in every 5 seconds. Firebase authentication means login and other setup, which is parents can log in by using their user credentials. And cellular triangulation means if a GPS location tracking system fails, we can track the child by using the cell tower. And this is the design of the watch, which have an OLED display. It shows the time, and an SOS button is enabled in the.
So this is our app design. The first page is the login page where we can log in using our email and password, or we can sign up by entering our email or password. The next is the home page where we can see whether our watch is currently online or not, and the battery percent of the watch. And it has the storage of real-time location, child activity, device settings, and emergency helpline. And we can also see when was the watch last online, and also the remaining battery percent. This is the boundary setting and real-time location page where we can name a boundary for, like, example, school or home, and we can set up a radius like in 20 kilometer, 20 some example like that, and we can then that boundary will be set on the map. So when the watch goes out of the boundary, a boundary breach alert is notified on the notification page. And an SOS button is there on the watch. When the child presses the SOS button, a SOS alert notification is reflected on the app, and a call is made to the parent's phone. So this is the child activity. We can see whether the child is either idle or walking or running or moving in a vehicle.
So these are the existing devices. The first is the GeoBit, but this device uses Wi-Fi, which can cover only 600 meter, but our gadget uses SIM, so we have a wider coverage area. The next is the AirTag, which is currently expensive, and also we can only use in Apple products. So considering the future scope, several advancements can be done to enhance the child safety. The first is by integrating a camera into the smartwatch for real-time video monitoring of the child. And we can also integrate a speaker to get the response of the parents, as we can only, till now, we can only get the response of the child. And we can also add a black box feature to record call and also forward the call to the emergency services like police and etc. And we would like to collaborate with the company so that we could distribute our product in a cost-effective manner. So then we can replace our 1200 mAh battery with a higher potential battery. So by learning several cases like Abigail, this project seeks to enhance the child safety and ensuring that no more children are lost due to lack of available safety tools. Thank you.
Okay, team. Good work. Can you come to the architecture diagram? Your architecture diagram.
Sir, 1 minute, sir. Sir, can you see this diagram?
Yeah, yes.
Sir, this is the block diagram of our IoT device. In this device, the central part is the ESP32 microcontroller. It is very readily used in our market, which is connected to a OLED display, which we can see in the right side. And on top, this is the GPRS connection. GPRS module is used as to find the location, and we are using a SIM module with it. And on the left side of ESP32, we can see the SOS button. It has only two functions, true or false, and it is written in the database part. This is here in the bottom corner, we can see the accelerometer and gyroscope, which is MPU 6050, which is a very advanced gyroscope that gives accurate results. And here is the battery, which is a 1200 mAh battery.
Okay. I think you just connected with your GPS something, correct? GPS or something?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
How
sir,
will
yes, sir.
you just make a connectivity with the GPS? Do you take any app or something?
Yes, sir. We have a Flutter app, and we have IoT watch. The IoT watch sends the location data to Firebase. Sir, I will show you the show that. Sir, can you see this Firebase page?
Okay. My question is simple. How will you understand which is the exact location? Because longitude and latitude, these things are not exactly. It's a good geographical location, but we cannot exactly identify the exact location. That is the problem actually we are facing. My question is, if for a simple thing, a person press a button, how will you know the exact location? How will you identify that is an exact location? That's the question.
Sorry, our GPS module, it gives almost exact location.
For example, I'll say, for example, if you just take Google app as a location identifier or something, it should be not correct. I cannot say it is not that much correct, because it geographically an area is mapped to the corresponding location, longitude and latitude. So that is my question. How you arrive, or how will you meet that problem?
Sir, there will be only a less inaccuracy, because I think only in every there is the location giving is exactly 10 meter.
That is how much is the exact 10 meters, correct? I don't think so. That's what I'm saying. Even any application 30 meters. Best application is also giving 30 meters. If you are this 10 meters, it is great.
I don't think it's 10 meters. I think it's
did you test
almost 30 meters.
Did you test it, man? Joe, I think Joel K. James, did you test it? And can you
actually
my question is, can you assure that it is 10 meters? Even
no, sir, we actually don't test it.
Okay, over to you, Mahalingam.
Okay, yeah, thank you, sir. So I will kind of start from where Vinod sir stopped. So what are the dependencies of this particular application? So what are the minimum requirements for which is to be satisfied for this to work?
Minimum requirement is that we must need a Android. Currently, this app is only developed for Android. We are in the future scope. It's not a future scope. It's a Flutter app. We can convert it as a Android iOS app, and actually, I don't think there is any current limitation to this, because all the components are readily available in the market. That is used. We have used the best components for our project.
Okay. So what about the cost of this particular component?
For us being a computer science students, we have gone through many phases of asking many professors, and we have searched for many easy electrical and electronic students, and the final overall research and development cost is around 15,000 to 18,000. We can reduce it by collaborating with the company by building a PCB chip.
Okay.
We can.
No, go ahead.
Sir, this is our device. Sir, can you see this?
Yes, I can see that.
Sir, in this device, and we can. This is a quite big display, but we can reduce it as small as an Apple Watch or any kind of watch.
Understood. The question becomes, can you actually use some existing watch to do this functionality? Because there are watches out there that have GPS capability.
Yes, sir.
And they can connect.
Sir, in the existing market, we have only main two competitors in India. One is Geobit and other is Airtel. That Geobit have many restrictions because we need to connect to our Wi-Fi, and it have only 6 meter capacity. If child goes beyond 6 meter, 600 meter, Sorry, sir. 600 meter. 600 meter. We can't.
Okay. No, I'm not talking about that. Okay. So Geobit and
Apple AirTag.
No. Both of these are kind of locators. What I'm talking about is any smartwatch that can serve a similar purpose. Smartwatches that are tagged with GPS. See, why I'm asking that is, you said that if you take Geobit or any of those, you need to be connected to Wi-Fi and do all that, isn't it?
Yes,
so the necessity of the Wi-Fi is to establish the connection to the server, because
yes,
the
sir.
server has to record. So in your case, how are you doing that? You will use a SIM.
We have a yes, sir. SIM. We have
SIM. Yes. Now, what about a SIM-enabled smartwatch? Will that work? So that's a question. Is it an alternative to the bulky hardware which you are building, or can you directly start off by using a SIM-enabled smartwatch and start doing this?
No, sir. In the current smartwatches, there are many restrictions of adding the same kind of modules that we added in our device. We have due to our small budget, we have added the same features of AirTag in our watch. That is, if the GPS location is not available there, we can find a tower location of nearest SIM tower location. It is the same technology used in Apple ecosystem. We have built that same system in our device.
That's the same thing used by every.
Normally both.
Joel, that's the same thing used by every GPS device. A low precision GPS will triangulate using 3 nearest towers. A high precision GPS uses 3 towers plus 3 satellites. That's basically how they work. So even if it's if you go to some remote location and switch on your GPS, it will show a highly approximate region with a large circle. That's because it is triangulating to nearest towers. So that's what GPS still does. So the question is, do you need to spend recreating what a GPS does, or can you use some existing device, kind of the same number? So, why I'm insisting on that question is, you already said if you are building it by yourself, it is going to cost. If you want to reduce the cost, you want to talk to a company who builds these things already. So is there any company out there who has a SIM-enabled smartwatch on which you can just build the application and it will do the same thing? That's all.
Sorry, sir. Sorry for misunderstanding the question.
Yeah.
Sir, we can collaborate with many watch companies and use their same motherboard and use this other board, and we can connect this up.
Exactly. It is possible. That is why. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So in your future scope, you're talking about adding additional modules like audio or video or such things, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, how do you plan on doing that? Because these are all bulky hardware. A video or audio system, even if you take the smallest camera, which we find in our car dashboard, it is big enough, bigger than your watch.
Sir, there are small cameras that are built by many big companies such as Boat or Noise, and we have researched on that topic. We can actually create a smaller one, but it will be have a less accurate viewing of the child.
Okay.
At least I think we can add a 2 MB camera on watch.
Okay, yeah, that's.
Actually, this is the prototype.
Yeah. No, just checking whether you have some plan for doing that. Since it's a good idea, how do you do that? Okay.
We are preparing to do the black box feature, which is black box feature is actually a customer care like service in which the call that is sent to the call that is called from the watch to the parent's mobile, it will be automatically recorded automatically recorded, and record audio will be sent to the nearest police station and other rescue centers.
Okay,
That
understood.
is the future scope.
Okay.
Sir,
Yeah.
these are all our refer.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's it from my end. Anupam, back to you.
So thank
Yeah, Vinod sir, you have anything?
Yes, over to you, our coordinator.
Yeah, okay. So thank you, team. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, sir.
Judges, I'll again open the breakout rooms for you guys.
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you, team.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
If a team is available, we can start. Otherwise,
Yeah, we're just waiting for them. They should be joining in shortly.
okay. That's
Yeah,
good.
and also, judges, I think after this, this particular team, I think we've scheduled for a tea break for half an hour.
Actually,
So,
for me, it is not necessary.
Yeah, I think we can sit here and have tea even without a tea break.
Yes, yes. So,
okay, then if it's
a continuous one, that is great.
Yeah, we can finish early for the reason.
okay, so if everybody's okay with it, then I'll schedule accordingly then.
I'm perfectly fine.
Yeah. It just looks like the team has started to join in.
Yes.
Uh,
Okay.
So the next team in is Gate Revive Beyond the Walk from BVRIT Hyderabad College of Engineering for Women, Telangana.
Okay.
And the project ID is CSIN 2024-0334.
Good morning.
Yeah. Hemashri, I hope I'm audible to you.
Yes, you're audible.
Are we waiting for anybody else from your team, or is this just going to be you?
No one, I guess so. I mean, I am the one who is the student participating.
Okay. Okay, then I think we are good to start. So some general instructions before we begin. Kindly keep your videos turned on throughout the entire course of the presentation. And you have a total of 30 minutes, 20 minutes for presentation. That will be followed with 10 minutes of Q&A.
Okay.
Taking a screenshot right now, so I urge everyone to turn their cameras on. Okay, we're good to go. Hemashri, you can start presenting your screen now.
Yeah. Okay. Just give me a minute. Okay, good morning, everyone. I am Jay Hemashri from BGIT Hyderabad College of Engineering for Women. So our idea is to revive the gait analysis. So imagine a situation where walking is no longer effortless, like there is a pain and even which is dangerous as well. So imagine there are million people who are facing a walking abnormality in which medically it is termed as gait. So gait refers to the way each of us walk and depends upon the neurological, musculoskeletal, and joint movements. So abnormality in gait refers to different issues like cerebral palsy, Parkinson's gait, and stroke rehabilitation. And recently, arthritis is like a upcoming problem for even elderly and the mid 30s from the mid 30s. So this can influence both individual and community as a whole. So according to World Health Organization, there are 1.5 million people who are facing walking abnormalities. So this can reduce the mobility and independence. So this idea came into my mind as my mother, who is a working professional uh, as a teacher, who is facing spinal cord issues. So to understand the problem deeper, we have visited AKG Child Development Center, which is in Kerala. So we have witnessed there are 70 children who are facing cerebral palsy. So what we have observed is there is a lack of specialized devices for the gait diagnosis, and there is a delay in the diagnosis process because of this. And we have talked to the local doctor as well. What we have found is it is not an easy task to get the reports, because each and every joint movement would have to be analyzed before giving us proper treatment. So and also imagine a situation in rural areas where people often ignore this abnormal gait because of lack of easily available options. So this highlights a requirement of a medical device that can cater the both individual and the urban, everyone as a whole. Uh, so so for this, we are designing a medical device which consisting of two sensors, naming Kinect and the IMU. Kinect, which looks like this, which is a video capturing like a camera, and IMUs, which we have customized as per the medical analysis and the treatment process. So which consists of 9 degrees of frame having a gyroscope, accelerometer, and magnetometer for the movement tracking purpose. So this is useful for the movement capturing, and this is useful for movement tracking. So the initially we have divided this into two parts. which is like doctors and the patient's end. So coming to the doctor's end, at the first place, the patient will be coming to the hospital and he will be standing before this Kinect sensor. Okay. Then he will be walking for 5 to 7 steps. And initially, when he stands before the Kinect sensor, his height will be calculated using formula. Then he will be walking for 5 to 7 steps. His movement will be captured like a video capturing process, as you can see from the laptop, and as well as his movement will be tracked as well using IMU sensors. This will be like a wearable device. IMUs will be positioned on 10 different parts of the body. And this is the how it looks when Kinect will be capturing, like it highlights the node joint positions of the body. So these data will be pushed into the cloud. There on the processing starts. These parameters will be calculated like step length, stride length, like which are called as spatio-temporal and angular parameters. There are 18 parameters we have taken for better accuracy. These will be calculated, like formulae method, and then these will be given to the machine learning model. This is one side, and other side, the movement or else the video that is has been captured using Kinect sensor, that also will be given to the machine learning model. This will be comparing with the normal gait patterns, and here the complexity is that much because we can't compare a 6-year-old girl with a 6-year-old boy because of height difference and gender, because the men walk in a faster pace compared to the women. So, and also there are a few parameters, I mean, like height and the gender and age will be given as an input parameters. And according to that, we are collecting data and comparing using machine learning. So here the highlighting the machine learning because initially the labeling will be like types of gait, as I have said, the antalgic gait due to bone fracture and hemiplegic gait or else circumduction gait for the stroke rehabilitation kind of. So these will be the primary parameters that will be, labeling that will be done. These will be detected whether the person is normal or else having these kind of abnormal gait. In that, machine learning is useful because it can find the unseen data. For example, if you see a hemiplegic gait, can be due to cerebral palsy, it can be due to a spinal cord injury, or else it can be due to multiple sclerosis. So we are trying to find this unseen data as well for early diagnosis process. So then, if the abnormality is present, then we will be detecting the type of abnormality as explained right now. If not, it's good. He's considered as having a normal gait, and then the therapy programs will be suggested in the application, and also report will be generated with a clear idea of what happened, what we have analyzed, and what it is detecting. These will be seen by the doctor. Then it comes to the patient. If the person is having abnormal gait, then as we will be suggesting some therapy programs which will be reviewed by the doctor as well. So then he will be exercising at his comfort zone. Imagine a situation, if a person is having bone fracture, he has to go to the physiotherapy clinic, he has to take break from his office, he has to wait for a long time, and he has to go to the hospital, right? So if you want to cut down this process, this can help for the doctors as well, because it can be less time taking, so that he can cover many patients as he want to. And we will be customizing the exercises based upon the customer or else the patient's need, and we'll be tracking his real time walking movements. For example, if he is putting more pressure on the leg, which he is having the injury, the real feedback will be presented, not to put such pressure on it. And after the exercises, once it is done, and again the prognosis report, which we call, will be sent to the doctor, and he will be reviewing it in minimal time because he can check it online, and then suggestions will be given. If this doesn't work, then he can go to the hospital. So yeah, so coming to the technology, we are using recurrent neural networks because at first we have started with convolutional neural networks, which is used for the image classification. But what we have found is, as the gate is a temporal analysis, we can't find abnormality in one frame because it can be abnormal in another, looking in another frame. So we are using recurrent neural networks for the video classification, and we want to go in the process of a long short-term memory, because it can handle more amount of memory compared to recurrent neural network. And we are using a Google Firebase for sending data to the cloud and for the application process. And we have used Flutter for it. And coming to the Kinect sensor, we have used Visual Studio, where we have used C++ for calculating different parameters like step length, stride length. So basically, these 18 parameters will be calculated. Some of them can be calculated using Kinect, and some can be done using IMU. So we are trying to combine these two processes and get all these parameters as accurate as possible. Coming to the demo. So this is how the patient, coming to the hospital, and the diagnosis will be done. And we will be providing the types of exercises, and the report will be generated. And so it is how it goes on. So we will be providing weekly activities and tracking as well, how much it has been working. I mean, the patient is working on it. And this is we have done using Streamlit to find whether the person is having abnormal or not for the machine learning. And then we are trying to provide step length, stride length, etc. And this will be given to the machine learning, and then finding abnormal or normal. And this is the application. It is providing now the general report, and yeah. So then coming to the future scope, it can be used in workplaces. Imagine 5 to 8 hours of working. Now recently people are having spinal cord problems because of this. And it can also reduce, I mean, we also want to expand this for the athletes as well, for the injury, injury and risk prediction, and also fall prediction for the elderly and the children, because nowadays people small children are having cerebral palsy, which is not detectable at early ages. People are ignoring it, so we want to find it at an early stage so that it can be recovered as early as possible. And for the it can be used for surveillance, like we can find whether the person is culprit or not using his gait, which is walking style. Yeah, thank you.
Hema,
Yes, sir.
can you come to the architecture once again?
Sorry.
Can you go back to the architecture?
Yes.
Not just this one. Okay. Can you specify within 1 or 2 sentences what is the use of your app? What is the use of your app?
Yes. So it can come into the application. So it can be finding the abnormal. It is giving for the patient. It is giving the kind of abnormality the patient is suffering from, and it also giving the virtual therapy as per the patient customization. You can compare with the YouTube. Even there are the exercises are present, but it is not the gate problem is not a common thing. We can't we cannot ignore it. So we are providing customized, and that can be reviewed by the doctor as well. So we are providing the virtual therapy application with trackers and reminders, with the voice feedback, as I have said, and the reports will be generated timely.
So your input is video or which one?
Input is video, and as well as the walking. While the person is walking, his accelerometer, gyro, and magnetome, using them, these three, we can find the orientation, etc.
So actually it is video only.
Yeah, video as well as the numerical data.
numerical data. So how will you make the RNN versus LSTM combined? How will it work? For some
So
question.
for the video, I'm saying about for the video, we are taking RNN. For the numerical data, we are using random forest.
Your numerical data, you are using LSTM.
No, random forest. For the video classification, we are using LSTM.
Then what is the rules of RNN?
I mean, RNN, initially we have started with RNN. We want to go for LSTM, but we are lacking some data set. So that's why we are still working on it.
Next slide, please.
Yes.
Okay. And how much accurate your work?
Right now we are getting 70% accuracy because it requires millions of data because there are different kinds of abnormal gaits and it depends upon various parameters like height and gender. So we are still getting having contact with the doctor called Rishikesh here in Hyderabad. So
you are talking about leg as well as legs only, correct?
Not only legs. We have said the cerebral palsy and Parkinson's. Parkinson's because of there is a the shoulder will get. I mean the people will be walking.
Human body it is 52 points. When you just calculate the visceral movement for the 52 points, did you address everything or not?
Yes, addressing everything.
I think no. You said 17 or something.
17.
That parameters you addressed.
These are the parameters called as step length.
How many points when I guess man? That's how many points you get.
Yeah, the points and the parameters are different.
This picture, how many points?
Yes. I got it. Coming to the video Kinect, it is as of now taking 20 node points.
That is 52 points are there.
Yes, I got it. That is why we are taking this IMU sensor, which will be placed here as well, here in the shoulder points, and here the orientation, everything will be taken. I can show you.
No, not necessary. Why you are not taking that much points? That is something.
Okay, I understood. I actually want to use the computer vision for it, but we found Kinect is having much accuracy, so that's why we have taken this.
Okay, for your improvement, better improvement, if you just took all the things, then that will be a great improvement. Okay.
Definitely, we'll be taking as many.
Yeah. Okay. So coming to one of the, I was observing your demo and I was seeing that from the video you are analyzing the stride length, step length, all those parameters, right? In terms of meters or centimeters, some measurement, some metric measurement.
Yes.
So that is
this as well. The variable Kinect. I mean, sorry, IMUs will be where.
Yeah. So my question is, how accurate is that measurement? So why I'm asking is, most of the time these dimensions depend on how the cameras are placed, how they walk, then what's the distance. So does the combination of Kinect as well as your cameras and all overcome this inaccuracy?
Yes. Yeah. There is a scenario. Coming to the present method they are using, they are manually trying to find using the ruler. Okay. One of the issue being it is very time taking process and they can't find as many parameters that are present. Okay. So the second thing, coming to the accuracy, the Kinect, you can see there is some kind of there are errors in the Kinect. It sometimes find a wrong place in the joint position. Okay. There is a 6% of accuracy as per the research papers we have seen and we have conducted. So that is why this can be overcome using IMU sensor. So this can be minimizing that error rate. So that's why this is accurate. Not only just by using a Kinect sensor can definitely provide some kind of error as we are giving it focusing on medical purpose. So that's why we have trying to overcome with IMU sensors.
Yeah. Okay. So right now, what all defects are you identifying using this, or what all deformities can you identify using this successfully?
Yes. Right now, successfully we have found the antalgic gait that
Okay.
is having bone fracture, and for the stroke rehabilitation, person who are having stroke walk in a different manner, and the person who are having Parkinson's gait. We can see in the left picture, his shoulders are bit uh, down. So, yeah, these
Okay.
3, 4
Okay.
we are finding.
Okay. So is there any way you're keeping track of their original way of walking? So why I'm asking is, not everyone starts off to walk the same. We may be looking at a global optimum gait,
Yes.
but that gait was never achieved by them even when they were perfectly fine, because they were walking in a slightly different fashion. Some people walk with their legs spread out, some people walk with their toes spread out. That is not an optimal gait, but still that is their way of walking. So is there any baselining that can be done? Because when you recommend treatments, it's based on how you reach their normal and not the global normal, isn't it?
Yes, understood. So, yeah, that is why we are not we are having a threshold kind of thing, because we can't exactly take the value and we can say he's abnormal. I mean, his walking is abnormal, because that can lead to different issues. So that's why as per the medical norms, there are different kinds of threshold values that are present. Like for the normal human being, 83 to 89 centimeters of step length is a normal one. So that's why we are having upper boundary and lower boundary right now. I would appreciate, because I like that taking off the person who is normal before and now got abnormal. If you compare with that, it can really give you know perfect accuracy. Yeah, we will
Exactly.
definitely look into it.
Yeah. But how you measure that is a question, because nobody normal will just come to the hospital and say,
Yes,
measure my
yes.
gauge. So how do you do that is a
That-
different question.
That's why, as of now, taking the upper and lower boundaries for a normal
Right.
people considering.
Right. So how about the differences in limb lengths? For example, some people may have a small,
Yes.
shorter leg, or
Yeah. That is why actually the height will be considered, because the people who is having more height will have a faster, longer step length, right? So this will, at the first place, the height will be calculated, the limb length will be calculated, then the upper and lower boundaries will be set, and then it works.
not just that, not just the height. What I'm saying is, some people after undergoing some surgery, one of their legs will be longer than the other.
Yes.
So
Which
will
called
that
as
also
circumference.
be, yeah. So will that also be considered in the threshold?
Definitely. I mean, we will be having different classes for it. Like who are having surgeries will be taken into a different upper and lower boundaries or threshold kind of thing. So the normal we will be taking a different.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah. That's it from my end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you, Hema.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone. Thank you.
Over to you.
Thank you, Hema. Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Judges, I'll open the breakout rooms again.
Okay.
Yeah, Hema, thank you for joining. You can now leave the call. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next candidate is ready, ma'am?
No, sir. We've just reached out to the last two teams. It seems like they're traveling, and so they'll only be able to join as per the schedule. So I think we might have to go for the tea break today after all.
Okay, I'll make a home tea.
Yeah, we'll go make tea, drink it, and then come back. There will be enough time.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll be
Okay.
back at 11:30.
30 is the schedule. So yeah.
We'll be back 5 minutes before that.
Okay, fine.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome back, sir.
Yes.
Just waiting for Mahalingam as well to join. I don't think Satish sir would be joining. He left a message that he'll join tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think once Mahalingam and the team are here, we can go ahead and start.
Yes. Tell him, join.
Yeah.
And page design or developer productivity code.
Yes. Welcome back, Mahalingam. I was just mentioning to Vinod sir that Satish sir might not join us for the rest of the sessions today.
Okay.
He left a message in the group chat
Okay.
saying that he'll join back tomorrow.
Okay.
So yeah, we're just waiting for the team to join. They should be here shortly. And then
Okay.
we can
No
begin.
problem. No
So the
problem.
next team in is a language designed for developer productivity and healthy code from Sri Chitra Tirunal College of Engineering. And the project ID is CSIN 2024-0314.
Okay. Yeah. See ya.
And Malingam, I hope there were no issues in the accessing of the evaluation sheet and all.
No, nothing. No, we are already adding the score into the sheet.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
no worries.
Yeah. Yes, the team has started to join. So yeah, hi Gokul. I hope I'm audible to you.
Yeah, he just connected to the audio.
Yeah. Hi Gokul, I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, you're audible. Yeah.
So I know Vidhu from your team is here. I can see somebody named Kiran in the waiting room, but he doesn't have the project ID in his name, so I'm not sure whether he's part of your team or not.
Yeah, he is of my team. I'll ask him to change the.
Yeah, sure. So how many people are we waiting for?
The team is made of 3 people. There's only Kiran.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. Since you've confirmed that it's him, I'll just let him in.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So welcome team. So some general instructions before we begin the evaluation. So you have a total of 30 minutes for your presentation, 20 minutes for your presentation, and then it will be followed with 10 minutes of Q&A with the judges. And I urge all of you to keep your videos turned on throughout the entire course of the evaluation. So yeah, so I'm taking a screenshot right now. So I request everybody to turn their videos on. All right, we're good to go. So I think team, you can start your presentation.
Yeah. So am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay,
share the
let me share the presentation. Just a minute. Is it visible now?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning. So about our project, moving to intro. So there are many programming languages such as C, Python, and Java, which were developed few years back. Not few, like very much like good amount of time. So it's kind of primitive programming languages. That each language has its own issues. C, coming to C, it has manual memory management, which is a headache for the programmers, and its syntax is comparatively harder to learn. And coming to Java, it relies heavily on Java virtual machine, and also it also is like syntax is also verbose. And about Python, its error reporting is kind of poor, and also it's slower in execution and it's dynamically typed. So we have to like it automatically mentions which data type we are taking, and it can lead to errors. So moving next, problem definition. So programming languages often struggle with insufficient data analysis, limited type systems, and cryptic error messages. So it often leads to like steep learning curves. So it all leads to undetected bugs, complex debugging processes, and uncertainty regarding runtime execution. Next proposed solution. So in coming to our programming language, it's like highly prioritizes the developers. That it mainly focuses on advanced error reporting, and also has features like static type systems, and it also has modern constructs like pattern matching and algebraic data types to promote the correct code. Like these two modern constructs will be explained detailed in the coming slides.
Okay, so now on to the implementation. So our language uses a compiler, and it has mainly 4 stages. On the first stage is the lexical analysis. In this stage, we break the code into meaningful chunks like words in a sentence, and the next stage is syntax analysis. And in this stage, we figure out how those chunks fit together, creating a structure map. And then is the semantic analysis. And in this stage, we check if the structure makes logical sense and is error free. And lastly, we run through our interpretation. And in this stage, we walk through this structural map and execute each instruction to run the code. Now on to the grammar. So our grammar is implemented using a tool called Lark, and this Lark is used to understand the code structure. It reads the code, figures out how it's organized, and creates a map of its structure. This helps Ryu consistently interpret what the code means. Next is a test suite. We thoroughly test all parts of Ryu, including how it understands code, handles errors, and work in different situations. And regular testing helps us quickly and find and fix any issues, keeping Ryu stable and reliable for users. Onto the technologies we use. First, we use Python. We build Ryu using Python, which helps us develop and test ideas quickly. And next is Lark, in which we implemented our grammar. And this tool helps us to understand and break down the code efficiently. And next is PyTest. We use PyTest to create and run lots of tests, making sure that Ryu works correctly. All these tools and methods help us create a solid and well-tested programming language. Next is on to the syntax, or onto the features of a language. First is smart syntax, and here you can see 2 code snippets, one written in C and one written in our own language. So as you can see, the one on the left is written in C and the one on the right is written in Ryu, our language. As you can see, the function of both languages is same, to initialize an array with 5 elements and print them. But as you can see in C, it's lengthier and less user intuitive compared to our language, Ryu, which is more user friendly and readable. And this helps Ryu being a beginner friendly language. Next is type inference. So our language has a feature called type inference, in which the language implicitly figure out the data type of the variable that has been declared. For example, on the right is a code line written in C, in which the program has to specify the data type char, but on Ryu it's not required by the programmers to specify the data type. It's implicitly given to the code. So next is error reporting.
Okay, so one of the main features of our language is error reporting. So one of the reasons that we created this language is most programming languages are not user intuitive, the user being the programmer. So how can we make the lives of programmers easier? That's what we are trying to explore with this language. So one of the most common scenarios is, more often than not, when you write code, you will run into errors. And even though running into errors is the most common case, it is treated as an exceptional event. Fixing errors is hard, and it makes it harder because of the types of messages that you get. For example, here we are trying to declare an array of 2 integers, but mistakenly the second element is not an integer, it's a string. So this is the code in C, and this particular error is emitted by the C compiler. So when we know what the error is, when we think about it intuitively, it's simple. We declared it as int and we pass in a string. That's all. But if you look at the error, it says initialization makes integer from pointer without a cast, which makes absolutely no sense if you have never seen this error before. And now comparing it with the error in our language, so here we are making the same mistake. We are declaring an array, and it is inferred to be an array of integers, but the second element is a string, and this is the error that we give. We clearly say that we expected an array element to be of int. Because the first element is int, we expected all the other elements to be also int, but we found a string. So using colors and clear markings, we explicitly point out what is the error and where it originated from. So this is a side-by-side comparison of the error emitted by C and by our language. So you can see how it clearly makes a difference in how the error is presented, even though it's the same. Underlying error is the same, but presentation makes a difference. Okay, now another feature of our language is algebraic data types. So as I said before, one of the main aims of our language is to make programmers' life easier. So here we are trying to enumerate the type of payment methods. So you could go to a shop and you could pay by cash or credit card or GPay. So if you wanted to model such a system in an object-oriented language, what you would do is you would make a payment method base class, and then you would make subclasses of cash, credit card, and GPay, and then you would instantiate those subclasses. And that is, if you think about this code in Java, you can you can imagine how verbose and long it would be. And this is the same concept implemented in our language. So you would declare an enum and you would call it payment method. And what this piece of code means is, if you initialize a variable of type payment method, it can only be of one of these 3 types. It can either be cash, or it can be credit card with an associated card number, or it can be GPay with a phone number. It can only be one of these 3. So by using this method, we can ensure that payment method can only be one of these, and we can pair this particular feature with something called a match case statement, which we will be explaining next. So this is a feature called pattern matching. So what this function is doing is it takes in an array of integers, and depending on the contents of the array, it returns values. So this code should be pretty intuitive to read, even if you have never seen this kind of code before. So you're taking an array, and if the length of the array is 1 and it has only one element, and if that element is 5, you return 1. So you can see how it is very declarative. You are not writing if array dot length is equal to 1 and array's first element is 5. You're not writing any of that. You're simply saying bracket 5 bracket close. That's it. That's how the array will look, and if the array looks like that, return 1. Or if the array looks like 2, 1, 9, return 3. Or if the array does not match any of this, return -1. So it's more declarative. You match on patterns instead of writing out explicitly what you need. You declaratively write the code. So that's one of the other features. So next, coming on to solving the problem that has been termed the billion-dollar mistake of programming languages. So null, as you know, is a very prevalent mechanism in all languages. In Python, it's called none. It's in C, it's called null. So what it essentially does is it gives you a way to express the absence of a value. So, but the problem with null is it's very pervasive. So the infamous errors in C, segmentation faults, which are usually caused by trying to dereference a null pointer. So if you have a pointer, as in a reference to a memory address, it can be null or it can be the actual address. Or if you have an integer, it can be null or it can be an integer. So the problem with that is if you forget to check whether it is actually null and you continue to use it as an integer, your code could crash, which is a very prevalent problem. And it has this particular problem has been estimated to cost over billions of dollars over the course of the years. So how we can solve this particular problem is we completely remove null from our language. In our language, there is no null, there is no none. So what we have to do is we have to explicitly model that something can be a null value. So here we use the pattern matching and, sorry, not pattern matching, algebraic data types that we showcased earlier. So what this function is doing is it's dividing two numbers, a divided by b, that's all. But if b is 0, you cannot divide by 0. So you have to return some kind of sentinel value saying that it's not a valid answer. So in other languages, what you usually do is you return null. But here we are declaring an enum saying that it can either be float or it can be none. And then when we write the divide function, we return this optional float instead of directly returning a float. So if b is 0, we return the none variant of the optional float. And if it's not, we actually divide and return it. And okay, now this is where things get interesting. When we use this particular value in answer, let answer is equal to divide, we cannot assume that answer is a float. The compiler will stop us from compiling this code if you assume that answer is an integer. So if you try to add answer with a number, it will throw a compiler error saying that you cannot add a float with an optional float. A float is a numeric data type, and optional float is a type that we define. So the compiler does not know how to add those two. So what we have to do in this case is we have to handle both two cases using pattern matching and extract the float value inside and then add it. So here the compiler aids us in making sure that our code is correct. So moving on to the demo of our language.
Is the screen visible?
Sorry, hello?
Is the screen visible?
Yeah, the screen is visible, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so here we have, we are trying to add an integer to a string. So that is, as in other languages, it's not a valid operation. You cannot add a string and an integer together unless you convert them first. So obviously the compiler will throw an error, and this is the type of errors that we throw. This is the type of intuitive and descriptive errors that we throw. So it clearly mentions that one has a type of int and hello has a type of string, and you cannot use the plus operation for these two data types. So when this becomes particularly useful is, imagine a variable being used instead of one and a variable being used instead of hello. So in this particular example, we can tell that it's an integer and a string just from looking. But if it's a variable, we cannot tell from looking. So the compiler can tell us that this variable is of type int, the other variable is of type string. That's why we cannot add it. So we can change the data type or convert it or whatever we want to do. So this error is, this particular error we showcased in the presentation itself. So it's expecting an array of integers because an array can only have one data type. But here we put an integer and a boolean. So it's giving us an error saying that a boolean is found in the second position, but it expected an integer because the first element was an integer, and it throws an error. Okay. So here we are declaring a variable called flag. This is also a showcase of an error message. So here we are declaring a variable called flag, and it has a type of integer. Flag is 0, which is an integer. And we are trying to do pattern matching on this variable. So pattern matching or match case statements, if you have not yet wrapped your head around it, you can think of it as a superior version of an if-else mechanism. So it's just saying that if flag equal to false, print disabled, else if flag equal to true, print enabled. That's all this code is doing. It's much more sufficient to do it with a match case flag. It's the same thing as an if else, but it's more powerful. Okay. In languages like C, you can there is no boolean, and 0 and 1 are usually used as booleans. But in our language, booleans exist. Booleans are a separate data type. So you cannot directly compare false and 0, or you cannot compare booleans and integers. You have to convert them first. So this is a mistake. So we assume that flag is a boolean and try to match it or do an if-else if case with false and true. So here we're showing that since flag is of type int, on the error, since the flag is of type int, we expected the case to be int also, but you found a bool. Since false is a boolean value, that is what we found. We found a boolean value, but we expected it to be an integer because flag is also an integer. So here we are explicitly and clearly laying out what the error is and why that error was thrown. And here we have another showcase of an error. And this is the reason why I called enums or pattern matching to be a superior version of if-else statements. So here we are defining a language enum with 3 variants: Malayalam, English, and Japanese. So it can be either of those 3 variants. And then we have a function that takes in one of these variants and returns a string, a language code, if you will. So if it's in English, it returns ENG. If it's Malayalam, it returns MIL. That's it. But here we forgot to handle the case of Japanese. So what if lang code gets passed in a value with Japanese? So it does not handle it. You can imagine this same code in an if-else case, if-else mechanism. But here we're using match case. So this is the advantage of match. Match does not cover all cases for type langs. So here this is saying that lang variable is a variable of type langs, and and langs has Malayalam, English, and Japanese, 3 variants, but we only handle 2 variants. So one variant is not covered, Japanese. So match does not cover all cases. It does not cover Japanese. So that's what it says. You can add the case block for the Japanese variant and make this error go away. You can fix this error by adding the Japanese variant. Okay, now here we have some showcases of some usual algorithms implemented in our language just to showcase that it's Turing complete and that it's actually usable as a normal language. So here we are implementing binary search, and we all know how binary search works. It searches for an element middle by middle, and we are trying to find the value 10 in this array, and it gives the value of 3, which means that it's found in the third position, as in 0, 1, 2, 3. It's found in the third position, counting from 0, that is. So that's just binary search. And then we have a quick sort algorithm also implemented using recursion. So our language also supports recursion. So yeah. So this is the array that we are trying to sort, and the array is sorted in the output as 1, 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
So coming to future scope, one of our major target is to optimize the compiler so that the compilation speed can be reduced. So it like benefits the user in a very good way. And coming to stronger developing tools, code formatters and integrated package managers, build tool and language server protocols are some of our targets for future scope, like to enable it to a larger audience so that they can also use this language and it can like get more users and build a community on which the language can grow. So that's all about our presentation. Thank you.
Okay, team. Good work. Why, one question is there, why you have only selected, as you know, the compilation steps are, major compilation steps are 5 or 6. You only just taken 3 or 4. How will you integrate this part, the part you have done into a complete compiler?
Okay, so that is one of the future scopes that we have to explore. So we did this as a final year project, and there was a problem of time constraint. So we could not actually do a full compiler. We could not actually implement the optimizations and code generation part. So we replace that with a interpreter, and we directly interpret the AST instead of doing the last 3 steps. So the advantage is that we can concentrate on the core aspects of our language, which is being intuitive for the user, as in throwing good errors, showing good errors. And but the disadvantage is that our language is a little bit slower than Python. Our language is also written in Python, so naturally it will be slower than Python. So that is a trade-off that we thought was necessary to complete the project in the given time frame.
And also, what about the meta part in the compiler? Meta part is in a meta language. It's a meta language, correct?
There is no meta language. There
Meta
is no
language. It's actually a meta language. In the point of view, it's a meta language. My question is, how will you address certain meta part in your compiler? For example, you don't understand the question. If, for example, in Java, certain things are there. Instead of this, we can use this. So that meta part can you use?
I don't understand the question.
For example, do while and while do.
Yeah, okay.
This is meta. For example, I just say this word instead of that, another word. Do while and while do, similarly. Similarly, that thing, these type of things, do you addressed?
Like currently there's no substitution for the keywords.
Yes,
but like we can easily with all our test suits included, we can easily implement these new words. Like we can add these new keywords. That is using test suite. When we add a new keyword, we can like implement the test suite that we make sure that none of our previous features are disturbed. So in that way, we can easily implement the new keywords like you mentioned. For that, like, but
another suggestion from my side is If you developed these things in C, that is better than Python.
Yeah, true.
So like LARC was there, so it was easier for us to do it in a shorter time frame. So, like using LARC, it was way easier for us. Like all these features included, we had to build the grammar from scratch. We had to do it from zero. So using Python.
Yes. Certain optimization techniques can be also incorporated with for fasting your compiler.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. We have to.
Like, Mahalingam.
Okay. So, yeah, good job, team. So my first question is, who is the intended audience for this language? Clearly asking that because which kind of developer is going to use it? Or what is the end purpose? Or what kind of applications are these kind of languages targeting?
Okay. So we are trying to target the audience that is primarily using interpreted languages like JavaScript and Python. So the general type of the prevailing status quo in those languages is very dynamic. The errors are all thrown at runtime, and if those people try to come to C or Rust or any of the compiled languages, they get a lot of the advantages, as in they get a lot of compile time errors instead of it being thrown at runtime, but it also comes with a lot of baggage. So we are trying to merge those two together and provide the users of languages like Python and JavaScript an alternate that shows them that, okay, you can still be comfortable with the features that you used in the older language, but we can provide the good things about these compiled languages, as in compile time safety, making sure that your code doesn't throw runtime errors, and better errors, which is one of the main things of our language.
Okay. So when you are designing your language, are you accommodating the scope for having any runtime error management, or are you looking at doing everything at compile time?
No, we would have to incorporate our runtime errors because not everything can be done at compile time. So if we take user input or if we are reading files at runtime, you cannot make sure that compile time errors are run. So we need mechanisms for runtime errors.
Understood. Right. So coming to the comparisons you have done with the other languages, each of the languages you mentioned has its specific purpose. Okay. So for example, you don't write an operating system using Python, you use C because it has a low level access. That's for the same reason you get things like segmentation fault. That is the baggage it brings along with it. You trade off ease of understanding with a low level data access. Come to languages like Java, it's extremely verbose because Java was built as a ultra portable language. So if you want to integrate some new data stream, you can use a reader class, or you can write a pure reader class with all its verbosity and integrate it into an existing Java class. Python was kind of built with a similar philosophy. They want it to be portable. That's one of the reasons both Python and Java are slower than C, because they need a virtual machine to run. Because they are independent of the underlying hardware, they are portable enough. C cannot be directly compiled onto all architectures together. You need to compile them separately because you have compile time libraries coming into the picture. So in your case, how are you envisaging it? Do you want to keep Ryu as a portable language or a language that can be used by everyone?
So our main focus is to prioritize developer productivity or being intuitive for the developer. So that would mean that we would have to sacrifice some of the things that C or those systems level programming languages can provide. And also it has to be intuitive and it has to be easy to learn. So there's a language called Rust, which we took a lot of inspiration from. So Rust does a lot of things very correctly. So it has really good errors, and it's also usable as a systems language, and it can it's very safe also. But the problem with Rust is it has a very steep learning curve because it's trying to do too many things at once. It has a very steep learning curve. So we want to explore how we can make the language approachable and yet incorporate those things. But we would have to, yes, we would have to sacrifice speed, or we would have to leave that niche.
Okay. So why I'm asking is, when you introduce a new language, that focus is really critical, because that is what makes people adopt a language.
Okay.
So nowadays, people are running behind JavaScript for the simple reason that it is something that can help a browser-based front-end and event-based programming as well as a backend. So JavaScript is really clear in that right now, because the reason for that is everything runs with the same engine. Started with the Chrome V8 and now it's a full JavaScript engine which is running everything, the event loops and all. And the same philosophy exports to both front-end and backend.
Yes.
Python is really popular because it has a really rich library support.
Yeah.
Python never advertised itself as an object-oriented language, or an object-based language even, but everyone knows there is a lot of object orientation or object-based access there. So the intent or target audience should be well defined in this particular scenario. So if someone like me, so I have used both ends. I have done a lot in systems programming. I have done a lot in the application domain. I have experienced the best and worst of both parts. For me, suddenly when I see the need to declare an enumeration and a switch case just because I need to incorporate a null safety, for me, the easier way will be I'll just check for null and just do it. Understand? So that target is what you need to define. So who is going to use it at the end? Because nowadays, what people do, because I'm just saying this as per the industry standard coding practices, if there's a chance of null, always hit it with a exception handling.
Yeah.
If you end up with an exception handling, you need to handle it and go back and say this is the problem. Because that's not something we can predict in advance every time. So we never check for that. All these critical points are in a try-catch block. Okay. So these are the kind of workarounds you all do. Okay. So as per your design, this is for people who want to migrate or expand their skill from a fully interpreted to a compiled language.
Yes.
Yes. But your language still is interpreted because it is running on a Python layer.
Yeah, we had time constraints to develop it, so we had only had 3 or 4 months. Yeah.
Yes. So that has to be defined upfront.
Yeah.
But because you need to sell your language at the end.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, but otherwise, yeah, I find the design pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay. So just to try to limit the verbosity again, because at points it still ends up becoming even more verbose.
Yes. Yeah.
So these are
the null thing, the optional float thing, I wanted it to be inbuilt, but if I wanted it to be inbuilt, I would have to implement generics, and I did not have time to implement generics. So
exactly
that example was a bit concrete. So in the final product, an option type with generics will be incorporated, and you'll be able to use it.
Yeah. That may be, these are certain design decisions which we take as part of every programming language.
Yeah.
I think this is the same thing you learn in your programming paradigms course, the design decisions at each stage of programming.
Yeah.
But a good attempt. Sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see how you end up with the whole language. You can develop it outside, you can just put it on a GitHub repo, people will start contributing to it also.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's it from my end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, judges, are we done with the Q&A?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, thank you, team. Thank you for the presentation. We'll reach out to you with further details via email.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Judges, I'll open the breakout rooms here. Thank you. Thank you, team.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes,
Gentlemen,
Anupam.
shall we call other person?
Yeah, the next team is already in the waiting room, so
Yeah, we can.
just let them in.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So judges, the next team in is Textile Loop, a circular economy initiative in the textile sector from Sarojini College of Engineering and Technology, Gujarat. And the project ID is CSIN 2024-0347.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi Ayush, I hope I'm audible to you guys.
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, are we waiting for anybody else or it's just going to be the two of you?
We are just two persons.
Okay. So, like some general instructions before we begin. You have a total of 30 minutes allotted to you for your evaluation. You can use the first 20 minutes for your presentation, and that will be followed by 10 minutes of Q&A with the judges. I urge you guys to keep your cameras turned down throughout the entire course of the evaluation. And yeah, I'll be taking a screenshot right now, so urge everyone to turn the videos on. All right, they are good to go. So over to you, team. All the best.
Okay. Thank you, sir. My screen is visible?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ayush Karas, and I'm really excited to present our project, the Textile Loop, a circular economy initiative in the textile sector. Before I start, I want to acknowledge my team member, Mr. Arun Rawal, and we are fortunate to work under Dr. Ninali Nanavati ma'am and Dr. Kiran Khambata ma'am. Here is our logo and our motto, which is contributing towards the textile sector as well as the environment. Here is the outline of our presentation. Let's start with the introductions. India is a global powerhouse in the textile sectors, and we all know that great powers come with the great responsibilities. So, as a responsibility part, we have to manage 7,800 kilotons of wastage annually, which is 8.5% of global textile use. Most of these waste ending up in the landfills. This underscores the urgent need for sustainable solution to address the growing textile waste crisis in India. Here is some crucial wastage images from my hometown Surat. Uh, and Surat is India's leading textile hub. And these scenes are not only limited to Surat, but it is a problem of mostly all Indian countries, all Indian cities. In the motivation part, we found that in this wastage, there are some valuable materials like excess fabric, threads, and some imperfect products, which either discarded or sold at the significant losses. This excessive generation of waste leads to pollution, land degradation, and the depletion of the natural resources. And there are no structured system available to maintain these wastages. In the idea generation, the germination for the proposed solution to address the monumental waste generated by textiles come from the idea of circular economy. So, what is the circular economy? Circular economy is a aims to eliminate waste and pollution by keep products and material used for as long as possible. It is focusing on recycling and reusing. It is quite different from the traditional model, which is based on principle of take, make, and dispose. There are some benefits of the circular economy. It extended product life. It is a closed loop system, which means waste is recycled back into the production process. And third is the resource efficiency, which aims to minimizing the use of virgin materials and the energy. Problem definition of our project is we aim to provide one-stop circular economy-based solution to solve the problem of waste management in the textile industry by providing B2B platform which can further be extended to the B2C platform. In the current market scenario, there are major two problems. First problem is the whole transaction process are offline. There are no involvement of the technology in textile industry. And second is the perspective of the buyer and the sellers. Small scale buyers struggling to find the required products, and the seller faces difficulties in expanding customer bases. Uh, Apart from the textile sector, in the food sector, there are some circular economy applications are available even in India. But at the global stage, there are no applications. But in some countries like Australia, Netherlands, and UK, there are some platform like Good on You and Certex, which is a kind of circular economy based applications, and which is working on the C2C model. And our applications is aims to B2B model. Research methodology. In the research methodology, we build a focus group which includes some textile persons like manufacturers, suppliers, retailers, and the industry experts to take their feedbacks on our applications and what are the pros and cons of our applications may cause. In our outcome of that focus group discussions, we find some positive outcomes as well as negative outcomes too. In the positive outcomes, civic bodies are excited to use this technology, and in the negative outcomes, some manufacturers may face the problem to adopt a new technology. But concerning the generational approach, the old generation used to traditional methodology, but future generations always seek advancement in their work. Finding an applications. These points help to the develop application and the circular business guidelines eventually for the Indian textile industry. Proposed solution. As a proposed solution, we are building an application which works on both the platform like Android and iOS. It's similar to OLX but for the textile sector. There are three main features of our application. First is the building marketplace, which provides a buying and selling options. Like a buyer can buy a product for low cost, and seller are selling without getting lost. So it's a kind of win-win situation for both the buyer and the sellers. Uh, Second is the educational resources. We can motivate cultures towards the circular economy. We can guide them what our circular economy is. And third is the partnership hub. It's from our application they build the networks too. Like it's good to build networking towards the industry. So it's personal benefits too. So as a proposed solution, let's see the traditional methodology first. In the traditional methodology, if wastage generates, so there are mostly two categories: useless wastage and usable wastage, which are mostly discarded in the landfills. But in our approach, the textile loop comes into the picture and connect with the authenticate customers, which selling and buying their products. These are some implementation parts. Firstly, we created some wireframes of our applications. These are some wireframes, and these are actual screenshot of our application. Which technology we use to build this application? So technology stacks are in the front end. We use Flutter, language is Dart, and it's based on the MVC architecture. And we use database as a app. There are some research conducted in the other countries uh, regarding circular economy, but none of them implemented in the real life. We are implementing in the real life scenarios. This is our USP of our applications. And in the expansions part, in the next stages, we are planning to add some AI features, uh, some gamification, some environmental impacts, which can use to connect the customers, and a customer can connect with our application on daily basis. Uh, in our application, there are not limited to only textile materials. They can sell machineries tools like embroidery parts and some machinery too. And firstly, we are planning to build application in our hometown, Surat, which further extended to the pan-India level. And we are planning to implementing some AI and other features, which we discussed it earlier in the previous round. And we are also planning to collaboration with the government. which may help to grow our application and it beneficial for environment as well. In the previous round, judges asked some question related to security and our marketing strategies. So we are covering the details. In security aspect, we are using Upright as a backend. So it's a kind of give some security features like encryptions and it follows the data privacy rules like GDPR, HIPAA, and they maintain the user's privacy and their integrity. And we have our own privacy policy. Our privacy policy is like we information we collect, how we use their information, how they share their information, data security. These are some of our privacy policy features. And before someone posts their product to our application, before publication, we are approved with the admins. Like no one can send um, uh, any other kind of stuff in our application, like NSFW content or anything else. It's a kind of clean platform. As a support, we associated with some associations like FOSTA, SGTPA, SASMA. These are some associations in the Surat which are leading in the textile industry. And here is our testimonials. Like as I earlier mentioned, we created some focus group. So here is one review of that experts.
Ayush, the presentation audio is not reaching us.
Hello.
Yeah, we are not able to hear the audio from the presentation.
Okay. It is audible now.
No, but no problem. You can maybe send it across separately to the coordinators. We can hear it, no problem.
Okay.
Yeah, then you can continue the presentation. No problem.
And we did some estimations of our costings, like our Upright take $180 per year for the publishing Play Store or application on the Play Store. It required $25, and to publish on the App Stores, it required $99, which cost around some 25,000. And some operational costs we include, and we are required total investment of kind of 50K to publish our application. And what will be return of the investment? What will be return of output? So mostly we are generating revenue through advertising and the subscription models. And in this Surat, we are planning to implement this product. So as a target audience is a Surat textile industry, which are approximately 75,000 of the textile traders according to Google. So we are planning to test our application in the Surat. There is a demo of our application. These are our some previous implementation. After the last round, we implemented uh, this part. Wait. We added some features like product, your ads. Even buyer can sell a chat with our applications too. And there are some references we used to make our presentation. And yes, that's about our presentation.
Ayush. Ayush.
Yes, sir.
Your name is
One
Ayush?
second.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Actually, what will be the size when I just install your app in my phone?
Mostly under 50 MB, sir. It will not take much space.
Okay. Then what is the role of server? Any server role?
One second, sir. I can't able to see you, sir.
Yeah,
Just
I
give
saw
me
that.
a
What
minute,
is the
sir.
role of server when it's connected with the? Is it really a data store or?
Sir. As we mentioned, we are using Upright to manage all the data as a server. We are using Upright services.
No. I'm asking about technical. That is, I already implemented. That is my technical job. Question is, what is the exact roles of server when you have the application applied on this market?
Okay, sir. Vrund is answering to that question, sir.
Can you explain the question once again? Sorry.
See, what is the role of server when the application is live? When the application is live and these most people are using your app in phone, then what is the exact role of server or roles of server?
Okay, so we are using Upright service, backend as a service. It will store user data and mainly it used to store users data and some functions like security functions and some important features that are not we can't run on front end. We will able to run on Upright as a functions. Mainly it is used for authentication purpose and security and data storage.
So you do you okay, when I just install this thing, what is the scaling of server? How much capacity required for this server?
Right now we are working on local basis and it is providing as pay as you go. I mean, server is scalable as much you want, but as we scale, we have to pay more money. And this third party services.
Another question is, when there are a lot of applications, such application in our market, then do you have any comparison? What is the best compared to other solutions in your app?
Sir, in the current scenario, there are no current applications which are running on the same concept, sir.
No, I am asking about, for example, Mindra.
Okay, got it, sir. definitely they have some great team, right? So they manage these services like delivery partners and all. So they have better building connections. We are in the initial stages, so we have to manage with we have to maintain some contract with some delivery partners and all other things. So definitely they are at the great stage right now, and we are at the initial stage.
Over to you, Mahalingam.
Thanks, Vinod. No, I don't have much questions now because I evaluated their first round. So I
Yes,
already
sir.
had that. So the two questions they listed over there was my questions. So yeah. So what all improvement have you done beyond that first presentation? Can you just list out those improvements alone? Minus the app right. App right, I understand. Anything else in the concept part?
Okay, we are implementing the chatting application. We implementing chatting methodologies in our applications, and in previously we didn't mention any privacy policy. But as you suggest some security features, so we added some privacy policy too in our applications, and it's in the development stages. We are planning to add some more features to our applications.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, nothing else from my end because my questions are already out on that day.
So judges, can we move ahead to the evaluation? So thank you, team. Thank you for joining in. We'll reach out to you with the further details through email.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so judges, I'll open the breakout room again.
Okay.
Okay.
Anupam,
yeah.
Is it
yeah.
over?
Yeah, we're done with this. So I'll just give a tiny vote of thanks for the day and then we can end this one.
Okay,
So,
then we can meet tomorrow, correct?
Yeah. So with this, we have come to the end of day one of the final round evaluation. I want to express our heartfelt appreciation to the esteemed judges for generously sparing their time from their busy schedules to be a part of the panel and evaluate the projects. Hope to see you all again tomorrow for day 2 of the final round evaluation. Have a great day.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.